Good morning. Today is Sunday, January 13th, 2019. The time now is, what is the time? The time now is 11:50 a.m. Pacific time. And we are continuing our career on hard mode. So I'm gonna go ahead and go to Dawn. Okay. Now, one thing bothered me yesterday, or the last time I streamed rather, and that is how everything is set up. So before I continue, I am going to change if I can, whoops, don't need that. I'm going to change how everything is set up. I just don't like how everything is kind of a mess. So perhaps let's see if I can get things set up a little better. You know, my approach usually is to keep everything close so I can turn everything on easily and quickly. But yeah, that kind of screwed me up, to be honest. So I was thinking that I probably should reroute these. There we go. Waterproof power, hopefully. And I'm gonna set these over here on Twig. Yeah, I just don't like how everything is kind of, let's see, how many, yeah, I got those over there, so I don't need all these quite yet. I guess I should have put them in a truck. But let's get this. Oh man. Let's get this all set up so we can make some of our money back. We are in debt. And if you go too far in debt, I believe the game will end. I've never really gone bankrupt in the game. Now, I've basically called a game. I basically went and said, okay, yeah, I'm not making money. And it was my first game after Seasons initially came out. Okay, I want to move that light. Let me see if I can. Now, unfortunately, when I move this, we're going to lose the plug. But I think I can reroute it. There we go. Maybe that might work. Okay, I'm gonna go get that extension cord and I'm just gonna plug it directly into the generator. If I can find it. There we go. Now, like I said before, okay, there we go. I do start the game over from time to time, just to give people an idea of, how you, yeah, that was good, how you begin the game. A lot of people tend to, a lot of streamers who actually play this game still, you know, go quite a long time before they'll start over. And if they make a mistake, they'll just go back from a save that they had before. I play a little differently. If I deem something, if I deem a situation to be similar to a bankruptcy, well, or, basically running out of money and funds, a loan, all that stuff, I basically just say, okay, bankrupt. And I end with that. So, we're gonna see if we can. Now, unfortunately now, since we are getting further, we're gonna be having to go back and forth now. And as I've said before, when I am starting a game, which basically means using a shovel to do everything, I basically use the mouse and keyboard. Once I get the heavy equipment, excavators, stuff like that, then I always switch to a controller. It's just far less complicated. Let me stop for a second. And it looks like my wolf has stopped. Crap. Looks like my avatar has stopped tracking. So let's see. I don't think I can do anything about that. But let's see if we can. Let me switch over for a moment. There we go. Okay, I think we got it going. So let me switch it back. Okay, let's get back to shoveling whatever it is. You know, once we get further away, it gets difficult just to stay in one spot. I might have to think I better increase the sensitivity. I decrease the sensitivity a little bit just to prevent viewers from getting a little nauseous, but or I had one viewer say, "Hey man, I'm getting kind of sick." They get all over the place. Gotta get a little faster. Oops, too far. And of course, now if you look at our power, we're using 200 of 450. I'm not sure what measurement they're using. Yeah. Oh, that's right. Actually, no, I better just leave it, because when I go to the metric, the nugget, the kilograms or whatever, I'm so used to ounces, and I know that most of the world doesn't. Most of the world uses the how to show. Most of the world uses a metric system, I believe. Now I know a number of countries, like even the UK, which kind of surprised me, actually uses the imperial system. What's the odds? Yeah. So yeah, that kind of surprised me to find that out. I would have assumed that the UK would have used the metric system, and they do to a point. But surprisingly, wow, that was good. Waste of dirt. Now I'm stabbing around to see if I can. Yeah, there we go. As soon as I get enough money to get a mobile wash plant, I will. This is one of my least favorite things to do in the game. I'm not a big fan of the shovel, but that said, you know, it's a great way to start out, and even I have been known, even further on in the game, when I'm kind of feeling the pinch, I'll shut down all the heavy equipment, get a small wash plant, or, wash plant portable. I call this a portable wash plant. Get a small portable wash plant set up, and, a small water generator, and do things like this to make a little money up. And also, it's good for prospecting. It would be nice if the game had ways of allowing you to kind of log, kind of like Barents Sea, the Barents Sea fishing game. It allows us to, in that game, it allows you to see the log of how much of what you caught in a certain area at a certain time of year. And you can go back later on and, go back to those places and see what time of year it's good and all that. Well, in this game, it would be nice if you could, prospect by doing this throughout your entire claim, and have notes somehow that would allow you to see, the numbers. That way you wouldn't necessarily have to buy the drill. Now, as far as the drill is concerned, I would much prefer, in my opinion, it would be more realistic if the drilling service was more of a hire someone to do the work. Even the more successful miners don't have their own drilling equipment. They'll hire someone, and have them drill test holes for them. So yeah, I would love to see that. If not, hire them, to drill certain, plots or squares, if you will. At least make the equipment something that you lease. Kind of like a farming simulation. I think that would be quite helpful. I mean, yeah, there's nothing wrong with buying the stuff. But it's just, to me, it's not as realistic as it could be. Kind of strange that we can get dirt from the bedrock. Now, I know some people have actually shoveled all of the dirt out of this pit. And the amount of gold they get kind of varies. But we do have a wave table now, and remember, in my last stream, I actually showed the difference between a cleanup panning for gold as compared to a cleanup using the wave table. Huge difference. The cleanup using the panning technique, we got maybe an ounce and a half, maybe 2 ounces, if we were lucky, from a whole entire bucket. This one we did one cleanup and got almost over 4 ounces in this one bucket using the wave table. So yeah, it makes a big difference. Now my problem is that I get kind of lazy. I don't like to have to walk back and forth, but looks like I might have to here. Let's see how far back I can get. Looks like that's as far as I can get. I might have to, I think I'm going to increase the sensitivity even more. Hopefully we can do this without making it too shaky. Okay, let's see if that works. Because I find myself kind of having to move the mouse too much. And I do use a trackball instead of a mouse. I used to use a mouse years ago. And before that, I used to use a touchpad. I don't see how I even used a touchpad. But yeah, I used to play shooter games with a touchpad. Wasn't that successful. Then I went back to the mouse for probably a couple weeks. Finally, I just said, this sucks. So I tried a trackball, and it actually helped. It helped more than it hurt, I guess you could say. So. But one thing I really do wish they would allow, and you know, I kind of understand why they don't, but on this, on an, at the same time, I can see how they can change that. It would be nice if we could move this mobile or portable wash plant around. So as we move out further, it'd be nice if we could, set it up closer to where we are. Kind of like they do in the real world. In the real world, they do move their mobile or portable wash plant. Keep saying mobile wash plant. In my terminology, in my opinion, the mobile wash plant is the wash plant that you tow behind your truck. But yeah, I would move it down the line as I go. Now, I'm not sure how I would deal with it as I went deeper in. Like deeper this way. That might be an issue. So, boy, I have to remember to, oh, come on, really? There we go. Some shovel shovelfuls are not worth dumping. If you don't see any dirt on your shovel and yet it registers as something being there, it's probably not worth sending over to the wash plant. So hopefully everyone's weekend is going well. Our Saturday went pretty good, pretty well for us. Wife's job means that she doesn't get weekends off, but she did have yesterday off, so we went with the neighbors, celebrated my wife's birthday, since they couldn't make it during the week. It was a nice afternoon. It's always funny when we get out with our neighbors. It's a lot of laughing. I guess you could say that we all kind of have the same type of sense of humor. Sometimes a little warped, but hey, that's what makes it fun. Okay, so I'm going to shut this stuff down. Okay. Gonna shut this down. There we go. Okay, let's get a bucket. Okay, let's set this down and let's now I might have to go sell the ore because we are, as you can see, we are in debt. That's not a good place to be. And anyone who knows me in the real world, so to speak, knows I hate owing anyone money. That's why it took me so long to go ahead and buy a house, I think. I just don't like owing people money. And as anyone who owns a home fully knows, when you buy, okay, I think I might be able to do one more before we do before we go into town. Yeah. Yeah, now that would take forever with that little thing. But yeah, I don't like owing people money, and buying a house, unless the only way for the average person, so to speak, to really buy a house without owing anything is if they've gone through that process before, like maybe the Bay Area, the properties on the coast, even near the coast, are so much higher. But you do get you do make a little profit when you go to sell the house, even if the house isn't paid off. You like live in San Jose, Monterey, especially Monterey, San Francisco, if you can even afford a house there to begin with. But if you go to retire or company is having problems, you can sell your house, even if it's not paid off. As long as you have equity in the house, you'll be okay. But the Bay Area, especially if you bought years and years ago, that house is probably worth, $600-800 million. You might have bought it 15, 20 years ago for a fraction of that. And anyways, what a lot of people are doing is they're selling their houses close to the coast, and they're buying homes in the Central Valley and paying all cash. So basically what they do is, as long as you have enough equity in your house, what they're doing is they're selling their house and property for enough money that they can pay the bank back, whatever, they can pay the loan off once someone buys the house, and plus they have enough money left to go ahead and if they have enough money left over, they can go ahead and move to the valley and do an all-cash offer. So, I know it doesn't have anything to do with the game or Gold Rush, but hey, that's kind of a jackpot in itself, I guess. Now, they would think about putting a high-speed rail, basically a really fast train that goes through California. And the high-speed rail will go right through the city where I live. Now, the added benefit to that is if it actually ever gets built, you can see more people who work at the coast, near the coast. You can see them saying, okay, let's move to the Central Valley. We'll commute using the high-speed rail, and they'll still be ahead. I mean, even now, up in Merced, you'll have people buying houses there and driving, commuting to work every day. 2 to 3 hour drive either way. Just because, they have jobs in that area, but they can't afford to live in the areas they work. So yeah, driving 2 to 3 hours, I don't know about that. But if and when, I think it's when instead of if at this point, the high-speed rail does come in, it's going to increase the property values in the area I live quite a bit. When we bought our house, we already had equity in the house, and equity is basically, it's worth more than what you paid. So that's what they mean by when they say basically. Yeah, it's a little more complicated, but basically that's what it means when you hear people say, I already have equity in my home. If the home is worth more money than what they paid for it, what their loan is for. Okay, well, good job. It's kind of weird that we did all this. So yeah, even for us, when we bought our house, even before we moved in, the house was worth more than we paid for it. I mean, the next street over, they were already selling those houses for $15,000 to $20,000 more than we spent. Same identical houses, same build, just on another cul-de-sac over. And the ones who bought the houses before us, they probably have a couple of thousand more equity. So that's a pretty sweet deal. Yes, my guy thought it was worthy of jumping in the air. Whoops. Gosh, I thought I dumped it over here. So yeah, that's always a good situation. And when you have equity, like, you can, equity is a great thing, but yet it still could be dangerous at the same time. Because when you have equity in a property, it's easier for you to get a loan. So, like for us, we still want to pour concrete in the back, have a patio, and since we have equity, banks will loan you money towards that equity. And usually, you should always check the bank that you have your checking accounts and all that through, because they can usually give you really good deals. Okay, why am I? But a lot of people end up, doing stuff like that and then getting a second mortgage or they get and then a third. I don't see how you can get 2 or 3 mortgages on a property, but I've heard of people doing it, and not a good idea. Sadly, a lot of those who do loan against their home 2 or 3 times, a lot of those people end up losing their home. Unless their plan is just that good. Really wish I was closer to that. Oh, that was good. I hate when I do that. Sometimes you get lucky when you dump dirt by mistake. It seems like I found a dirt pit. And look, I dumped a shovel full, and look at this. What, this is my 5th or 6th, and I'm still going. Now, I'm not sure how good the gold is going to be right there, but it is what it is. But I tell you, it's now this does kind of relate to gold mining. We're running out of dirt. Speaking of remortgage and refinance and second, third mortgage, a lot of those who mine will put a second or third mortgage on their home just to give mining a try. The only problem with that is a lot of those cases it's kind of, a lot of people, like people will decide, okay, we're gonna buy a restaurant, and they'll borrow against their house. So if that restaurant fails, well, there goes the house too. So not only are you losing your dream restaurant or business or whatever, you're losing your home too. And in a number of cases, the one spouse that had the dream of a business took out the loan against the home without their spouse knowing. And then all of a sudden, well, you have to eventually tell your spouse, hey, I took out a loan against, as the house is collateral for the business I tried. I'm failing. We're going to lose the house. I could not imagine receiving that kind of news. I think I'd probably blow up if I heard something like that. Depends on the circumstances, of course. I mean, good spouses will communicate with each other and, agree on a plan, but, there's still a lot of people in relationships that hardly talk to each other. I need to, hold on a second, just got something over me. Now, did the wolf stop trucking again? I think it did. I had planned to put up a green screen and just start streaming this with my scary mug. But the way I have my office set up, okay, there goes the tracking again. The way I have my office set up, you'd have to hang in front of a bookshelf, stuff like that. And it's something that, due to my disability, I couldn't set up each day, so it would be there all the time. And I'm not sure I want to have an office set up like that. So, it's a little difficult. So, I use the Wolf avatar. I've used it since May. Besides, I don't think many people want to see my scary mug. let's get this done so I can maybe get out of debt a little. My luck, I'll get out of debt before midnight, and then midnight comes around and go right back into debt. Kind of sounds like most people's credit card problems. You know, another thing that kind of prevented me from buying a house sooner is my wife and I know a number of people, and I've read that this is fairly common, so it's not just an oddity. But we've met people that basically live paycheck to paycheck, and they buy a house, and they'll get a credit card, and they'll live off the credit card, and they get to the point where it's hard to keep track of what credit card has a balance on it still. So it's kind of strange. And in a lot of cases, they'll get like an offer for a credit card for $100, $50 line of credit, which kind of shows you how poor the credit is. Okay. And, they'll get happy. Okay, when we go into town, I need to take these. So yeah, it's kind of, it's like, what the hell? Okay, so I'm gonna do we're gonna just do two. Let me make sure this, okay. So let's rinse out these mats, and then we'll do a cleanup. But yeah, that kind of living scares the crap out of me. Yeah, a lot of people have no problem living in, living with, a number of credit cards maxed out. And they're fine with it. They have no problem with it. For me, if I have a credit card or something that has, gets up to, 2,000, I'm sitting there and it's hard to sleep. Okay, put this here. Okay, we're gonna hook up this water line. Oh no, it's been hooked up. Oops, my bad. That's not good. I usually, oh crap. I can't believe I left that on. But someone did say that they have made it, breakdowns don't occur as much as they did. Okay, let's see how much. We have 2.95. So let's see if we get anywhere. We need a fairly good cleanup. I doubt if we'll get any more than 7 or 8. It'd be nice if we got 10, but that's doubtful. I was pretty close. Let's top this off. Turn off this. Okay, I'm gonna take these into town, even though... Uh-oh. Yeah, this one's empty. This definitely... Okay, let's go put this in the truck. Actually, let me put this down. I find by putting these in a certain way, kind of helps keep them. Okay, that's full. Yeah, that tank actually lasted a while. I'm going to take this into town since I'm refueling the other one anyways. But the other one refilled a number of times, so not bad. Okay. Now everything is off, correct? Yes. Okay, let's go into town. Our 8 ounces. Hopefully we can get away with just selling an ounce, something like that as ore, and sell the rest. Yeah, I had to be careful. Hitting things like that will do major damage. You have to be very careful. Okay, so let's go into town. Let's... anyone into NFL. Yesterday's playoff games kind of played out the way that a lot of people expected them to. Oh man, what am I doing? I think I'm gonna have to get myself some coffee or some caffeine. I am getting tired. Okay. So we're gonna have to sell some ore. Okay, let's see. Oh wow, we're gonna have to sell quite a bit of ore, aren't we? Okay, wait, hold on. think we might have to sell just a little bit more. Okay, let's see if we could do the rest of this. Not. Oh, we still don't have enough money. No. Okay, let's see if we could do the rest of this. Okay. Wow. That's kind of sad. Wow, something crashed. Sounded like something in the other room went boom. Not sure what it was. But yeah, it's yesterday's games came out just as a lot of people thought they would. No surprises, at least not to me. Today's games, and I think one is basically about over. The big game for me today, at least, Chargers against the Patriots. Not sure how that game is panning out. Might be over, but almost. But to be honest, I hope was hoping the Chargers would win. Not a huge. Well, okay. Maybe I should rephrase that before I finish. I don't mind the Patriots. I just don't like Belichick or Tom Brady. Now, I know they have a lot to do with the wins, but I just don't care for either one of them. I think once they retire, let me see where the market, oh God. Every time I come in, the market sucks. Yeah, we're not gonna have any money left. So I better get back and get back to, oh. Actually, yeah. Once we get fuel and stuff, we might not have anything. So I better get everything I need. Now, I remember the one bug that was in the game. It didn't last long, but basically, you were able to keep keep taking loan on top of loan. So yeah, I found that kind of amusing. Uh-oh, what happened? One tipped over, but that's okay, we can still feel it. I just think the price, I mean, come on, $27 for, yeah, I wonder if that's how realistic that is. Wow. It'll be interesting if you could siphon fuel from your truck. Okay, let's get back into town, or get back out to our, let's get back out of town, rather. Boy, I cut that corner. You know, if I don't stop doing that, I'm gonna damage something, and that would mean declaring bankruptcy almost certainly. Whoa, there go the lunar physics. This is the way the physics act in this at times. Kind of makes me feel like, kind of like I'm driving my truck on the moon. That's is the reason I call it lunar physics. You know, I wonder if I should stop and try to. I think there's a right in front of me. Wow, look at these fuel. I wonder if there's any. No fuel in them. Darn. Wait, what about the other side? Oh, I can't get over there. Well, that bites. Wonder if there's something down here. I know these two pieces of paper have made it a little too easy. Usually it's not a, wait, there's another paper somewhere. Oh, under the car. And look, handicap parking. You know, it's kind of interesting, handicap parking. Just a word that they use. For many years, using the word handicap has been, well, to put it bluntly, politically incorrect. but yet disabled parking areas are still referred to as handicap parking. I prefer to call their spots, uh, well, my nickname for them is fat butt parking. Because whenever you look at them, you see a person that appears to be sitting. Oh man, yeah, let's drive into the fire. Jesus. Whoa. This thing is not acting right. I know this thing doesn't have that much power. But yeah, to me it always looks like a person sitting down with a real big round ass. Sorry if that offends any of you, but hey, like I said before, I myself am disabled, so, it's not like, kind of hard to say I'm making fun or discriminating when I myself have a physical disability, require a powered wheelchair to get around, which kind of sucks, but at least the technology exists. Besides, if you have a disability and you can't have a sense of humor about it, then, well, you need to get whatever's stuck in your rear end out. The number of people with disabilities, some of them really get mean. It's like, as someone who observes people, did it dump or did it go in? I think it dumped. But I observe people quite a bit. Oh, nice. Wow, that's gonna make it. And it's really, okay, that sucks. But yeah, I've seen people like in the mall over the years. People be nice, offer to open doors, for people, and especially some of the paraplegics who unfortunately were injured due to vehicle accidents or something like that. They'll snap at people that offer to help them. Someone offers to open the door. They basically get on their case for even offering. Like, how dare you, offer to open a door. They treat it like the person is treating them as if they can't do anything. But yet, those individuals tend to forget. I've seen, people offer to open doors for anyone. It's not just someone in a wheelchair. I've seen people offer to open door for, young ladies, old ladies, older gentlemen. It's kind of a more rare situation when you see a gentleman opening the door for someone else, unless they're together, unless they're met up or high school buddies or whatever. In situations like that, you might see one gentleman opening the door for the other, but it's not as common. But still, the point is, some people get so bent out of shape when you try to open a door for them. When you see them coming towards the door in a wheelchair. And like I said, I've seen some of them get extremely rude to the people. Now, if you want to be mean to those, kind of return the lack of love, so to speak. Let some of the air out of their wheels. Nah, not really. But it's kind of funny to think about. I used to play wheelchair tennis, and a lot of the better tennis players were the ones in manual chairs. And, the regular wheelchair tires, had like 30, 40 pounds PSI. The real serious tennis players, and believe it or not, wheelchair tennis, I'm not sure how it is now, but back when I played, you had sponsors. Wheelchair companies in particular. But the really good tennis players, in particular, manual wheelchair, usually it was a paraplegics, quadriplegics at all four limbs. The wheelchair manufacturers would give them a wheelchair and also provide them some pretty unique tires. Now these tires for the they were usually 24-inch tires or rims. But these tires that they would provide them were pretty expensive. Darn it. Let me go fix this. Let me dump this first. But the tires would actually take 120 psi. They were super hard. And the reason why is the harder you can make the tire. That kind of a 120 psi made the wheelchairs roll so much easier. I mean, yeah, it made you feel more bumps, but on a tennis court, tennis courts are relatively smooth, so, but most of the guys that play wheelchair tennis in the manual chair, they would get those tires that took 120, 110, 120 psi, and they would use those all the time. They would just switch out rims. They had quick release rims. Of course, you kind of need that. But yeah, they were just, when they're not playing, they'd put a older set on, and that they would, use those rims for personal use. They were so good. And yeah, and they were a lot lighter weight too. But yeah, some of them got to the point where they got so used to those tires that whenever the sponsorship ended, they had a lot of difficulty getting used to using the standard wheelchair tires again. I was actually, when I played wheelchair tennis, Scientific Fortress was the name of the company. They later just shortened it to Fortress. Made manual chairs and power chairs. And they came up with kind of a hybrid, for lack of a better word. Basically a manual chair that had motors and battery system that mounted to some of their manual chair frames. Okay, so they would, they asked me to try the product. And what they basically did, it was kind of interesting. They had motors that mounted to across the back of the chair, above the back wheels. Which, for them it was pretty interesting. And then he had small gel cell batteries that kind of went underneath the wheelchair. Of course you had to mount brackets so they could hang. And the motors in the back could mount properly. But once you put those mountain brackets on for the batteries and the motors, you could basically turn most manual chairs into a power chair. And how it made it go was, it was interesting. It wasn't the best idea, but they used like roller skate wheels and skateboard wheels. And when you engaged the motor, it would push up against the tire. And that's how it would propel the chair. So, it was definitely interesting. Okay, better get going. I'm daydreaming. I might take a break here. I need to get some caffeine, to be honest. Doesn't help when I start kind of daydreaming. That's a sign of fatigue. So yeah, if you have kids that daydream a lot, it can either be fatigue or attention deficit. Okay, cool. Yeah, I think I'm gonna get some caffeine. This is getting ridiculous. I'm starting to just daydream, just which is not good. But yeah, with kids you have to, with kids you have to either. It's kind of difficult because a kid doesn't. Young children can't always distinguish if they're really tired or what. They can't always. It just depends. In some cases they can't tell. Other cases they won't tell. So it's hard to figure out if it's hey, are you having problems because you're tired, or you have problems because you can't keep on topic. So, anyways, I'm gonna take a quick break, get myself something to drink, and hopefully, get me get my attention span back up. So, I will be back in a few minutes. Okay, and we are back. Well, it appears it looks like this year wildcard teams are not faring too well. The Chargers are definitely only a few minutes left in the game. There's no way the Chargers are going to make up the deficit they have. So, yeah, so far 3 of the 4 games this week where wild card teams go against the division or the bye week. The teams that got the bye week off since they did so well during the season. So far, 3 of 4 of the wild card teams have been eliminated. 2 of those games, the wild card teams were defeated by quite a bit. Patriots seemed to put the Chargers away with ease, and Kansas City really closed the door on, I believe it was the Colts. So no surprises yet. There's only one more chance for a wild card team to make to do anything. Not sure if the Eagles can pull it off. So yeah, I'm a little disappointed. Like I said, I don't mind the Patriots. Another fact, I'm a football fan in general. I do have a few teams that I prefer, but for the most part, I just enjoy watching football. I think the biggest upset this year for me would have to be the Steelers. Obviously, I was not alone in thinking that they would do very well this year. And too many times, they just couldn't seem to close the game out. So, one last game to go, and I'm not sure the Eagles have what it takes. Of course, they could. But they said the same thing about the Chargers. So, back to the game. I'm gonna try to do this as quickly as I can. As midnight comes right now, we're gonna go into red. Well, maybe not. 3,000, yeah. Wow. We're actually starting the day in the black, which is the first time. So that's gotta be encouraging. Our first day in the black. And for those that don't know the terminology, which most people should be able to, if you have a negative, if you have a negative number, then it's referred to as being in the red. If you have a positive number, as far as money, it's known as being in the black. So we actually have money So, which means that we made a profit. So now with our wavetable and all that, should be able to do far better. The wavetable does a far better job at obtaining extracting more gold from the pay dirt than Pannon does. Which, admittedly, I'm not, I have read a lot about mining, but I think I don't know. I'm not sure if a wavetable would do that much better than Pannon, with the right person doing the panning, obviously. I know it'll be faster, which it is faster in the game. I'm just not convinced that it's that you actually pull more gold. I mean, if you're gonna use that argument, then we should be going through all the gold that those 49ers went through. Because back then, they basically panned. So if panning doesn't give up as much of the gold from the pay dirt, then that means there's a lot more gold to be had. Okay, this should do it. Okay, now I'm going to stop this. Kind of interesting doing this at night. Now, it is true. Okay, right now, our load, well, let me turn it back on. We could do 450. I'm just going to call it kilowatts. We're only pulling 50 kilowatts right now with the when we do the wavetable, that actually increases. But what they've done in the game, which I think is really a smart move, is now fuel consumption is based on how much power you're really requiring from the generator, which is very realistic. Anyone who knows anything about generators, etc., know that the higher load you have on a generator, the quicker you're going to go through your fuel, because that generator has to work harder. So let's say you have a 1300 kilowatt generator, which means basically a generator capable of supplying, I should say, 1300 kilowatts. Okay, I'm just going to set this over here. We're not going to pan yet. Actually put it on the other side. But if you're not requiring, if you're not demanding that, if you're not demanding the full capabilities of a generator, then you're not going to, it's going to be running at a slower pace, which means it's not going to use as much fuel. So yeah, right now this is, 50 kilowatts, or I'm not exactly sure what it's measuring. But yeah, even this, we're only doing 5 gallons per minute running this portable wash plant. And please, developers, I wish they would reactivate the shut-off valve that they've put in the wavetable. The wavetable has a little red lever that used to work. Basically, it used to turn off the water flow to the jets. So, which would be very handy now that they added potential damage to equipment. Now, another thing I think is kind of ridiculous. Okay, let's say our water pump went out and we couldn't pump water through this. Now, usually you would say, okay, water pump stops working. You just go to the manual way of doing things, which is to dump water using a bucket to process the dirt. Well, it used to work that way, but now it won't work, which defies all logic, to be honest. So there's a few issues with the game, but that said, for the most part, I think most people who have this game are quite happy. Code Horizons has really given players more bang for their buck, so to speak, than a lot of other developers. Code Horizon could have technically made Seasons a DLC. Because along with the Seasons, they actually made your employees or the workers more relevant, stuff like that. Seasons alone has really changed the game a lot. So they could have technically had that as a DLC, which of course would have generated some income to help the development team working on this. Any company has to see all departments, pulling their weight. So, when it comes to game development, you have different development teams working on different projects. Now, with the exception to the Frankenstein DLC, which came out, oh gosh, I want to say last February, possibly somewhere around there. The development team for this game hasn't really generated any additional income. I mean, you could buy this game along with the DLC for under $20, which I think is a big bargain. I mean, that is an outstanding price. But at some point, Code Horizon's gonna, just gonna heads out to people. They're gonna have to either pull their development team to work on other projects, or they're gonna have to say, okay, now you guys need to start working on a new DLC. One thing that made me kind of mad with the first and only DLC that they made for this game is so many people complain so much. Like, how, you shouldn't charge for that. That should be free. But yet they've, even before that DLC, Code Horizon was given so much free to the community. So, yeah, I really disagree with people's position on that. Of course, you always get people that want to milk something for as much as they can. I, on the other hand, believe in, every game I buy, I look at it as I'm investing in that company and in that game. Basically, like early access games in particular. Whenever I decide to buy an early access game, I'm looking at it from, okay, first of all, I know it's not a finished game, so there's going to be problems, which a lot of people forget, and they'll complain about games like, oh, it has problems. It's early access. Get over it. If you can't deal with problems, don't buy it till it's the final release. But early access games, I look at, okay, I believe in this project enough that I'm willing to invest money in the game early on and help the developer create a great game. Now, like any investment, there are always risks. And a lot of us have seen the result of a failed risk, where, some early access games just kind of go years and years without really seeing much, many improvements, if any at all. So you just have to be willing to accept that. I don't know why I keep wanting to dump in that pump. When you're dealing with early access games, you just have to be willing to accept that, yeah, I might have put money into a game that is going nowhere. I mean, Frontier Pilot, I believe it is. It seems like a really good game, but there hasn't been much as far as improvements to the game. There's been a few, but for the most part, it's been a bit stagnant. But the problem with early access is, it's really hard to tell, especially with these new developers. It's hard to tell, okay, is this the type of person that's gonna follow through and keep up and continue to improve on their game? Or is this a developer that's kind of, gonna get bored of the project and kind of let it go for months at a time without any changes? Unfortunately, there's no way of knowing beforehand. But, to those developers who, there are some developers that use the early access. It's kind of like a, they'll put minimum effort into a game and they get people to invest and they'll kind of run, basically. And those developers make it bad for the others who really do want to make a great game. It makes it hard for us to, makes it more difficult for, that was good, for gamers to say, okay, yeah, I'll invest. Oh, come on. No dirt. No, there's one. There we go. Could have swore I had some dirt here earlier. Look. Wow. Invisible dirt. Okay. So you just have to look at it as early access as if it's an investment. And to a point you have to do that with release games too. There's been a lot of release games, more and more over, recent years than before, that the final release of a game turns out to be a dud. They're riddled with problems, etc., etc. Yeah, it's more common now than in the past. It seems like a lot of developers, and I'm talking about the big developers, EA, a lot of the well-known developers, they get, well, first of all, they have a lot of games being developed at the same time. So they have, various production, teams working on various games. And they don't want to, get too many beta testers involved like they used to. And, I can understand their point. I've been part of beta tests years and years ago where, these companies said, okay, if you beta test, you cannot release videos of the game or, share the game, at all. And of course, they always have some jerks who don't care, and that ruins it. So these companies have gotten to the point where they can't trust people to test the beta and and not post stuff about the game. So as a result of that abuse of beta privileges, a lot of big companies really keep it more in-house than ever before. And unfortunately, you're asking developers to take time to play the game in depth enough to find problems. But developers don't really have time. You know, after coding for hours and testing things, you know, they don't feel like sitting, playing the game more. They're not going to do it on their off time either. Would you do your work at home on your own time? Some people do, but most people, hey, when I'm done with work, I'm done with work. You know, it's the kind of attitude, which is fine. So, but yeah, that's why the quality, in my opinion, has gone down, is because these large companies in particular can't trust people to keep beta tests private. You always have people, especially now with YouTube and all these other systems. You know, there's always going to be someone that, hey, I'll make more friends. I'll get followers if I just show behind the scenes of this game. So that's, in my opinion, why the quality of games has gone down. That's not to say that the companies are not to blame, but people that abuse the trust are also to blame for the problems. And, you know, I'm speaking as someone who's alpha, beta tested for, you know, many companies, Microsoft, EA, you name it. Most of the big companies I've beta and alpha tested for my, you know, not just games either. In Newt, I've done, yeah, a lot of things. Even hardware companies, Intel. And a few others. You know, there's this, you know, there's, when you agree to alpha and beta tests for a lot of these companies, they ask you to, you know, keep it under wraps. You know, don't share information. And unfortunately, too many just can't resist the urge. You know, it looks like we get about, what we're able to fill the maps one time per, you know, about once per tank. I guess you could say. Okay, let's get another. I think this is our second bucket. So, I'm gonna try to fill as many of the buckets as I can before I think I'll have to stop probably about 9 p.m. game time. Just have enough time to go smelt and all that good stuff. Okay. I think this is our second bucket, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, let's... I should have enough to do one more on that. You know, it's amazing that a number of programs on Discovery Channel have actually made it into games. You know, you got, I think one of the first was Deadliest Catch. Of course, I believe if I read correct, or if memory serves me well, Captain Sig actually invested a lot of his own money into having that game developed. I mean, that's basically why he is. That's why he's the only captain that's used in the clips, the video clips. And that game was not too bad. You know, for the time, graphics were not the best, but not far from being the worst. And there's been a few others. And then you got this game, which I think this is, so far, in my opinion, this has been the Discovery Channel's best success story for making a game out of a reality show. I mean, they are coming out with Alaska Truckers, which is basically kind of a play on ice road trucking. But unfortunately, that show ended sometime back, which is kind of sad. But man, really, I hate when I lose. Okay, you know, in all due fairness, that show had run its course. There's only so many roads that those truckers go on, with so many routes. I did enjoy the kind of spin-offs where they went into like South America, dangerous roads and all that. That was cool. I would have liked to have seen more of that. Would have been nice to see them go into Australia and drive those trucks that are basically referred to as trains. You know, you have like 3, 5, 3 to 5 trailers behind one truck. But, yeah, it was kind of sad to see that show end. But like I said, there wasn't really much more they could show. It was basically, didn't I see that last season? People were getting excited about, hey, look at so-and-so has a different decoration on their dash. Or, look, so-and-so got a haircut. Or, did so-and-so lose some weight? Yeah, that was, when your forums start having conversations like that, yeah, that might be an indication that the series needs to be wrapped up. But this Gold Rush craze, I guess you can call it, or fanfare right now, that we're seeing like the Baron Siegel, or not Baron Siegel, but from GNOME, out in GNOME and all that. That's all, and I know a lot of people don't like to admit it, but that's all thanks to Todd Hoffman. He's the one that had the idea initially for Gold Rush. And he pitched it to a number of networks. Finally discovered Discovery Channel and said, that sounds interesting. And Todd Hoffman actually made quite a bit of money. Just as a creator of the show. So a lot of people, don't like Todd Hoffman. I've seen and heard a lot in different forums, and even in the game, people comment about Todd all the time. How, he didn't know what he was doing, No, he knew what he was doing. He might have not been the greatest gold miner, but, yeah. He didn't, he might have lost money mining, but, he was making money as the creator of the show. And even now that he's not part of the show anymore, he's still making money. He's getting royalties. But, I'm wondering how much longer that show can really last, to be honest. That's another show that seems to be going through a rinse and repeat type thing. I mean, as far as Parker goes, I do admire any young man or woman that works their butt off to make a success for themselves. That said, Parker is he is an ass, in my opinion. He doesn't treat people well. He actually abuses people. Any other business, he would have been sued a few times for verbal and emotional abuse. He doesn't show the needed respect to those who works for him. And that's why a lot of good people have walked away. I mean, you just saw Rick nest this season. Go try his own um, mining, gold mining on his own. If Parker would have treated him better, then more likely Rick wouldn't have felt a need to get away from him. I mean, it's good that they part as friends, but I tell you, could have just as easily gone the other way. I think if he would have stayed with Parker much longer, of course he's probably helping them out. Kind of convinced, even before they showed it on TV. But I mean, that's Parker's second foreman. Good foreman too. I mean, he had Gene, which did a good job, and then he had Rick, which poured some magic out of the hat a number of times to help Parker. Man, I hate that. Stop wasting the dirt. All right. Lot of dirt. Oh, come on. Really? There we go. Just kind of frustrating to see, to be honest. You see Parker treating his people like that, and you know it's not going to end well for him. And you keep hoping that Parker will see it. And at times you'll reflect and say, well, yeah, I need to change how I treat people. But then he gets frustrated, which is a high-stress job. And he'll revert to his evil ways, so to speak. And here's another issue that people don't think about. A lot of miners are difficult to work for. And they go through a lot of people every season. But here's the problem. With these miners, with Parker and Tony, they're showing how tough and rough they can be on TV for everyone to see. So their reputation really precedes them. I know people will talk, but you don't need people to talk when you can see how they treat people on TV. Tony Beats has got to be a very difficult guy to work for. I mean, he treats his own kids as, second-rate employees at times. Now, obviously, you can tell he has a soft spot for his daughter, but he's really rough on his boys. I'm surprised that one that's operating the dredge keeps coming back for more. But, one thing you have to give Tony and his family, they always seem to come out pretty well. one thing I would love to see this game do, but I'm almost convinced that it can't happen. It would be great to see a dredge set up in this game. But since this game really isn't set up for things to float on the water and stuff like that, it might not be possible. They'd have to do a lot of recoding to get that to work properly. Because those dredges are supposed to float. They don't sit on the bottom. Man, I wish I could trim that limb. Boy, this is, one thing that's definitely apparent with the hard mode. If you're like me and you don't like the shovel too long, hard mode might not be for you. And I just keep thinking, oh God, all I want is to get a mobile wash plant and an excavator going. Okay, there we go. Looks like we're getting low on fuel on that. No, we still have enough. Damn it. It's kind of strange how much dirt I get out of the bedrock. Hey, I'm sorry I didn't catch you come in. How you doing? I just happened to look down at my chat screen. Okay, let's get back to... So, just for those who might be watching now or later, we are playing this game on the hardest difficulty level. Kind of showing people that you can actually make progress in the game on hard. So many posts have been made by people saying, oh God, it's impossible. They start whining. It's not impossible. Like real life, it takes a lot of hard work. Of course, technically, I wouldn't consider this really hard work. You're just pushing buttons. I'm sure the miners would love to you know, be doing. Yeah, if this was all that was required to mine, we'd have a lot more people mining. But I think what's sad, at least, you know, from my perspective, is how many people pour their life savings into a dream of striking it rich, finding gold. And, you know, they go through that money and, you know, they find just enough gold to get them excited. And, you know, they'll spend years just scraping a little money together. And I don't know if I can live like that. You know, some of them get stuck in their small towns because they don't have enough money to get even a ticket to leave. You know, my advice, anyone that's considering trying to mine for gold on you know, a serious level, set enough money aside and make sure you don't touch it. You know, just in case you don't make it, you can still get home. You can still afford a flight back to wherever you came from. But there have been a few happy outcomes from those who, especially in Alaska, those who, you know, go to Alaska in the hopes of becoming rich, finding gold. But they don't find gold, but they fall in love with the scenery and the lifestyle, and they end up staying and find other kind of work. I like those stories. Wow. Okay. So yeah, there have been some that, you know, go up there to start mining for gold, and, you know, they lose all their money, and they end up, basically learning to live on their own in the wilderness. And some of them fall in love with it and never look back. To me, those are good success stories. Anytime you can find happiness. Okay, I'm gonna shut this off. I don't know how many more times I can feel that. That was almost empty. Okay, we got one more after this, and then we'll do we'll do a cleanup. See what we end up with. Yeah, these are incredible buckets. You can tip them over and they'll still run. But yeah, anyone thinking about, that is on the fence about this game, I won't tell you that you should buy it. That's one thing I don't believe in doing. I will say, however, that I've definitely got my money worth out of this game. For me to call a game worth the money I spend, I basically have a system where my system is I have to get 50 cents an hour of gameplay before I can consider a game to be worth the money I spent on it. So, in other words, okay, now I don't want to miss these. In other words, okay, maybe I don't need to have that yet. Actually, I think I will. In other words, 50 cents an hour. So if a game is $50, I have to, basically, for the game to be worth it, in my opinion, I have to get 100 hours of gameplay. Now, this game is worth $20 now, with just under $20 with the DLC included. And there's so much more that they're offering for free. Check out their roadmap. They actually have a roadmap of what they want to accomplish before they can say they're done developing this game. But $20 means $20 using that formula means that I would have to get 40 hours of gameplay out of it. I'm about at 500 hours of playtime in this game. And it's kind of interesting. If I'm stressed out, if I'm stressed, there's no way I'm getting any good sleep at all. So I'll relax, sometimes I'll play Cold Waters just to relax. Other times I'll just start mining, get my mind off my troubles, and just wind down. Most of my time in this game has been streaming it, though. I started streaming last March. So I had played this game for a number of months before I started streaming. And this game remains my kind of go-to game. Now, there's been times where I didn't play it. Most noticeably when they had the issue with the mobile wash plant. They had a big issue with the mobile wash plant where, really you were producing more gold using a shovel. And this system here then using the mobile wash plant, which is not realistic. So I kind of stopped playing for a while they were sorting that issue out. Okay, so we'll finish this. Oh, we're gonna hopefully get done before 4 or 5. No. I don't have a goal of mining this whole area. That's not my intentions. I'm just mining here long enough to get enough money. I'll hopefully by the end of this day of mining, I'll be able to get a mobile wash plant or the excavator. So that's my goal at least. So hopefully within, hopefully by summer, which is 6 game days, hopefully by summer I've got a mobile wash plant and an excavator, and I'm actually mining on the main claim. Too bad we can't get the excavator in here. That'd be kind of nice. As someone said that there's about, they've estimated that there's about 40 to 60 ounces dependent. I mean, it varies, you know, it varies from game to game. But that's still a decent amount of gold. When a game first came out, for the longest time actually, it was interesting how the game was set up. You would mine here for, you'd probably do 2 cleanups maximum, so fill these mats 2 times maximum, and before you, and then you would get a random nugget, which is about like 45 ounces, which is, yeah, it's ridiculous. And that would be kind of your way of affording your first wash plant and everything. And then they kind of took away that large, huge nugget, and the random nuggets were like, 2, 3 ounces maybe, it just depended. But you would have to dig a little bit more on normal mode or easy mode. So yeah, this game has seen a lot of changes, but that used to be kind of interesting, hitting a 40+ ounce nugget in this little field was kind of ridiculous. But we all understood what their intent was. They wanted you to get enough money so you could play around with the other wash plants and stuff like that. Once you get to a tier 3 wash plant, that's when things get pretty serious. And it gets a little hectic too. The cleanups get a little ridiculous. I mean, it seems like nearly everything on your wash plant has a way of collecting gold. That's what this little, I call this a cat box scooper. But use a little cat box scooper to get some of the gold that accumulates on your sleeve in your first sleeve box. And basically, it seems like it's a never-ending process. You could actually have 2 or 3 of these portable wash plants lined up one after the other, and accumulate gold as it goes down. It's kind of weird that big tier 3, tier 4, all the big wash plants still have these little portable wash plants as their last stage, which seems a little odd to me. Well, that wind is crazy. But part of the roadmap for this, they did say that before they end development of this game, they intend to have to make it mod friendly, which that's gonna change this altogether. I can see a big excavator that fills your mobile wash plant or even your main wash plant 100% full, which in my opinion that'd be major overkill, but you know someone's gonna try it. Okay, now I'm starting to get a little, I'm starting to drag butt again. You know, the problem as you get older, it gets, most people, it gets a little more difficult to drink those energy drinks and stuff like that, the high caffeine levels. Those tend to cause a lot of heartburn. A lot of, as you get older, you get more and more reports and complaints from people saying, oh man, I drank that energy drink and man, I had heartburn all the rest of the day and night. You know, I'm not sure if it's just me, but shouldn't we be a little concerned since there's like a whole section of, you go to Walmart, Target, Walgreens, just about anywhere, there's a whole section dedicated for heartburn, medication to help with heartburn alone. I find that a little troubling. It's like, instead of changing diets to, fend off heartburn, no, we don't want to change our diets. We want to eat all that stuff that makes us hurt. So we're going to take pills. And actually there's like Nexium and stuff like that. People don't realize, but there's long-term effects. Um, Deterioration of bone mass, stuff like that. Also, um, there's issues that people that have taken that stuff for years have seen issues that most wouldn't see until they were in their 70s, 80s. And this was known when that medicine was still prescription only. And it's in the fine print. But who reads fine print? Most people don't. So, before I had my surgery, I was taking the prescription Nexium and Prilosec, not Prozac. That was always kind of interesting. I would say Prilosec and people would automatically assume I said Prozac, which is for, it was help with mental issues. So, if you say, oh God, this guy's on Prozac, depression or something like that. He's got something up. So, yeah, that used to be interesting. But yeah, it's kind of sad to go to the store in the morning. You go into their pill area for cold meds and vitamins and all that. And there's this whole big section just for heartburn. Things that help your heartburn. And sadly, the things that really help heartburn is watching what you eat. But that's not fun. Oh, that was the abyss. Let's go into the hole. Yeah, it's kind of sad you can't dig a tunnel. Okay, let's finish this up so we can hopefully stay in there. Hopefully we can stay in the black and continue our progress towards a very profitable future. Oh man, really? Damn. think we're done with the freezing temperatures until fall. And let me tell you, when fall comes, that's my only concern when I get a tier 3 wash plant. Because at the end of the season, you gotta put things away. It's not good enough that you just, it's not good enough that you prepare things for winter. You actually have to take things in and put them in a garage. Yeah, that'll dismantle everything completely, which really isn't realistic. Okay, let's try to finish this up. I don't find shoveling to be that exciting. I think, oh crap, did it again. I think one thing that does make it a little more tolerable is there's streamers who get a group in their channels and get a good conversation going. I think since I've always been open as far as saying that I have no intention on becoming a partner, I think people don't. I think that's partially why I don't have a lot of people following and stuff like that. I think a lot of people are seeking those who, kind of have to stream. I don't know, it seems like ever since I announced that, a number of people, kept trying to push me to go for partnership. And I just said, that's just not something I'm really interested in. And that seemed to have caused me to lose people's interest, which is fine. I respect everyone's opinions. The only thing I don't get is, it's like, well, just because someone doesn't want to become part of the Twitch game, so to speak, shouldn't mean that people abandon them. Say, well, since they don't want to become partner of Twitch or whatever, we're not gonna. I've had people say that too. It's kind of strange. Okay, that's all done. So, let me turn this off. I'm probably gonna have to, I wish there was a way of seeing how much fuel we have in these jerry cans. But when I go into town, more than likely we're just gonna have to take the jerry cans again. I think it'd be kind of foolish not to. Okay, let's So we got four, after this well, four um, buckets ready to process. So we'll process all these, see how much gold we have, go into town, sell our gold, get drunk, and start all over. That's another thing. A lot of gold miners throughout time, especially going back to the 1800s when they first found gold in places like California, a lot of miners would take the gold they found and go into town and basically drink. They basically drink their gold when they might as well drink the gold. Okay, so let's go here. Okay, get the pump going. Now, I have to connect this. Like I said, I wish they would reactivate that lever. That way I wouldn't have to disconnect this hose every time. Okay, let's see how many ounces we get. I'm hoping I get at least 12. 10 to 12 ounces would make me pretty happy. And with that, I would be able to maybe buy at least the mobile wash plant, perhaps. Okay. Uh-oh, what's... Oh, no. I forgot. Wait. Did I forget to turn this on? There we go. Yeah, that usually helps. I was going to say, hey, what's wrong? I forgot. I turned that off to save fuel on my generator. Not bad. 3 ounces for that one. That's not bad at all. If that holds true, then I will get about 12 ounces. Whoops. In this cleanup. Man, I dumped my bucket over. Okay, let's... It seems like so far we are, holding at that about 3 ounces per bucket. Now with these buckets, people have reported up to, I think the largest I've seen someone say is 11 ounces from that hole there. That's quite a bit. But it looks like we will get about 12, which is, definitely not bad. Get back here. Oh, well, hey, I got close. I said 12 will be a good cleanup. Okay, so, I'm gonna shut these off. Okay, since we're going to town, I'm gonna go ahead and load these up. always kind of top them off. So 12, almost 13 ounces. Not sure how much I'll end up with money-wise. That's going to depend on what the gold market's at. This is the earliest that I'm taking off for town. It's after 4:30 p.m. I think sometimes my wife gets a little annoyed. I prefer military time. I think it's far more accurate. And what I mean by that is, you ask someone what time it is, and they say, oh, it's 2:30. Well, AM, PM. Whereas, you ask, oh, what time is this? What time is it? And someone says it's 14:30 hours. Well, now you know it's 2:30 p.m. Or 1600, which will be 4:20, 8 p.m. 0600 versus 6 a.m. So on and so forth. It simplifies it, in my opinion. I mean, my wife has gotten better at understanding military time. Okay, let's see if we can afford. We have $1,473. Let's first look at, let's see if we can. Yes, we can. Cool. But we lose 1.3. We really need to do something about that. Whoa. Yeah. Just making sure. I thought it was gonna... Okay. For a second I thought it was... Boy, I almost didn't have enough money for that, did we? You can't hop on that. Another thing, I really wish they would allow us to buy a second pickup truck. And I've said this so many times. I would love to be able to buy a pickup that I could tow fuel. Just use as a fuel truck, or even just have a fuel truck. A truck like this with a tank in the back that you could purchase. Just anything like that would be great. That's an interesting name. Fredo Labarge YT, which means that they're a streamer. And just for those, just as a reminder, let's see, look, we have a nice 11.6 ounce. It's not too shiny. Hey, we got holes in the back of this. Just as a reminder, I do multi-stream. I am currently streaming on both Twitch and YouTube. Um, the reason why is, well, with Twitch, if I'm just streaming on Twitch alone, there's just, for example, with Twitch, if you're not a partner, then, okay, let's see what's up. Your videos, oh man, well, at least I'm getting it on a little higher. 1,400, nice. 14,000, sorry. So let's see how much, if I pay off my loan, there we go. But I wonder, okay, let's see. Now see, every time you take a loan, or you pay off your loan, you can get that much more. But I wish they'd fix this. Total interest. They need to pay that or change that, because that's, when it's like this, it's actually 21%. But they still haven't fixed this, and it's frustrating. I don't understand. This has been a problem since the game came out. As soon as you take that loan, it goes down to 21%. So you have okay, let's say we want like a 1-year loan. I mean, we know it's less than 21%. Is at 16. The only way you find out is to take out the loan. But here's what I focus on, how much you have to pay each month. Okay, so we're not going to do this, obviously. I forget how much the fuel trailer is. Let me go look at that. Actually, let me go get the fuel first. Now, I went from months and months after this game came out, I got in a very bad habit of, whoops, yeah, let's hit the tanks and explode the gas station. That'd be kind of cool. Blow up the gas station. But when the game came out, I got into this very bad habit of basically leave my headlights on. Everything. I always had my headlights on. And when they introduced damage to equipment, they also introduced battery drainage. So, yeah, for the first couple weeks, I was just going through batteries like crazy. So yeah, that was a bad habit to break. I remember a few times I would go to sleep, go rest, and until dawn, and I'd come back and all my equipment had dead batteries. Okay, I want to see, so I have 9,000. Now we are definitely going to be in the black. As long as I don't get too stupid, and it's always a possibility. Okay, let's go ahead. Now for short stops, it's okay to leave your headlights on. Okay, so this thing, we could afford this, but that would really take us almost to the max. wish they'd fix this too, because it says press the right or the left mouse button to order when it's actually the left or the right mouse button, sorry. It's opposite of what this says. Now, I'm considering getting this because once we get an excavator, those jerry cans are just not going to do the job. So, I think I'm going to go ahead and do this. Maybe fill it up a little ways. I'm not sure. Okay. We got 3,800 to work with. Actually, you want to see something funny? I always like entering this way. You go up to your door as close as it, what? It's not going to allow me to now. Let me go on the other side. It's kind of strange how, let's see. Come on, buddy, you can do it. There we go. Yeah, that's pretty remarkable. Being able to open the door on the other side and just kind of go through the door. Ooh. No. No, wait. That shouldn't have lined up. Hey, I'm not gonna lick a gift horse in the mouth, as they say. They should have had a wheel on the bottom of that. Another thing they did introduce in the game, and all later on, is actually put brakes on a lot of the trailers. There was a major issue with these trailers if you park them, like especially when you started working with the excavator. You know, you park your trailer close to where you were digging and basically detach it from the hook from your truck, and it would just start rolling down. So yeah, there was a big issue. Okay, so I have 3,800. Oh gosh, I don't want to fill it all the way up. I think it's gonna take a lot more than 3,800. Yeah, like a 15. You know what gets me about this? Alaska for the longest time has been the United States' highest, well, how should I explain it? Alaska has produced more oil for this country early on than any other state, but yet it costs so much more for gas because they don't have refineries that, at least not many, if any, in Alaska at all. So, ooh. Well, let's go for a half. And it's gonna be impossible to do half. Oh, good enough. Okay. So we should be fine with our jerry cans, all that. Okay, that's weird. Okay, let's go back and start mining. Well, I guess I did get to about 50%. Oh, I thought I was gonna make it. One thing, your truck driving, especially turning, decreases when you get a trailer, which is realistic. But yeah, now we're gonna see the lunar physics. We've got quite a heavy trailer behind me, and you're gonna go over these bumps, and that trailer's gonna hop around like it's helium. Yeah, look at it. Yeehaw. Yeah, that's the only downside to this as far as physics are concerned. It's like you're gold mining on the moon. They should have called it lunar gold mining. The gravity is just all off. But you know, to be honest, the game has more positives than negatives. Whoa! Yeah, that trailer almost spun us completely around. I mean, you know, you can't say that about all games these days. Yeah, there's so many games out there that there's just about as many negatives as positives. Boy, this trailer is just insane. Okay, so I'm gonna just park this. No, stay up here. There you go. Turn off the lights. So this time I think we can stay here a couple. Really? That's right. We can't. For some reason, well, no, that makes sense. A lot of traders won't allow you to put the bed down. So let's take our 4 jerry cans and put them by our, so I don't lose them in the brush. I always just set them on top. I know it's not that realistic, but it works. And like I always say, if you enjoy playing the game the way you're playing it, then you're playing the game the way you should play it. There's no really one way to play any game. Well, actually, technically I have to take that back. Because there are a lot of games that force you to play a certain way. But definitely in single player mode, play however you want. Multiplayer, in my opinion, is a whole different. Wow, okay, hold on. My light needs changed. Multiplayer, in my opinion, is a whole different beast. The thing, I'm not alone in this. One thing that ruins multiplayer game for most people is those who, no wait, how am I gonna set this up? Yeah, much better not. People who go into multiplayer games and ruin the fun for everyone else. I really can't stand people that do that. That's a little better, I suppose. Oh, okay, that was the bench. For a second I thought I still had the lamp on me. That's a little better. Yeah, it's like, the way I look at those who cheat and use trainers and stuff like that. Hey, it's single person games. More power to you. Multiplayer games, it's not cool. Basically, you're basically telling everyone else on the server that they spent the same amount or more money as you did for the game to become that person's sole entertainment. That's what cheating in multiplayer games kind of, that's the kind of message those kind of players sent to me. It's like, Percy, I don't buy a game to be someone so entertainment. If you don't have the skill to beat people, then, die like the rest of us. Or simply stay away from games like that if they're so bad and you can't stand to admit it. I never, no one's ever gotten a good job or had bragging rights for, yeah, I killed everyone on the server with my special program. So if you really can't stand to play a game and lose, then stick with games like this where no one else is affected. So, I know, I tend to give my opinion a little more than probably most would like. And it's kind of sad, really. It is kind of true what they say. The higher your education you get, the more opinionated you become. Well, yeah, it feels like that's happened to me. Not intentionally so, though. It's like, even before I got my master's degree, I had opinions, but those opinions have been, maybe it's not just education, maybe it's the older you get. I don't know. Maybe it's a combination. Let me see if I can get that wolf animation working better. Okay, Mr. Wolf, why aren't you moving? Why aren't you tracking my movements? I know it's Sunday, but you were paid to do a job. And that job isn't just staring straight ahead. Come on, buddy. You can do it. Okay. Yeah, that should be tracking. It's only a CPU is 3 milliseconds. Okay. Got plenty of light. And I'm starting to wonder if this Avatar thing was really worth buying. When I got it back in May, started using it back in May, but come on, buddy. I know you want to work. There you go. I think this thing just requires attention every so often, or I'm not gonna work. Okay, let me get the game pulled back up. We'll get a few minutes out of that. I wish there were more, but beggars can't be choosers. Yeah, a lot of people have said, well, why don't you just get another computer just to stream with? That way, your avatar is on a separate system. Well, that sounds all good and all, but I'm not streaming professionally. I don't intend to ever make it a money-making pursuit, so I don't want to spend a lot of money. I mean, I've already spent enough, um, with Stream Deck or light, something to for lighting, to make sure I light up properly for the avatar software itself, all that good stuff. You know what? I might actually lose money here. Because I remember on these claims, especially this first one. I mean, this first claim is pretty good, to be honest. You only pay when you produce, well, when you get gold. So that's actually a good thing. So days that I don't produce gold, so let's say I spend 2 days just digging, just processing dirt. I wouldn't be charged a penny by the landowner, which that makes sense. A lot of deals are set that way. Wonder if you can buy a bigger shovel. That'd be something. So this is the best claim actually to begin with, especially on hard. On hard actually, the only way you could begin is with this claim. Now on other modes, you can turn $1 mode on and off. Like I used to do. Hey, we're having $1. Everything goes for $1 sale for a limited time only. So you could technically start out with any claim you want on easier modes. But on hard mode, oh man, I hate when I waste dirt. So hopefully the wolf animation works a little while. But yeah, I know the best fix for the wolf avatar is a streaming system, but since I don't intend to make use streaming as an income source. I mean, that's never been my intentions. I don't really want to pour too much money into it. Now, if I did decide to pursue, some kind of income source from streaming, then everything I purchased for streaming would be a tax write-off. And that's one thing a lot of streamers tend to forget. You have to make sure you keep honest though, because you have to prove. If you ever get audited, you have to show, well, yeah, this is, for this, so on and so forth. Even when you go to like TwitchCon, or if you go to any of the conventions for gaming, you could write all that off on your taxes. If you're making money from streaming. Because you can say that's the price you pay to do business. You could easily make the argument that, well, since I get paid to stream games, playing games, the best way for me to find out what's going on in the gaming world is going to the conventions. So that's a business-related expense. The only sucky part is having to itemize, which if you own a home, makes it more easy. If you rent, it's a little more challenging. But yeah, definitely, if you're a streamer, if you're making money, then anything you buy for your stream, make it easier, Stream Deck, whatever equipment, better webcam, etc., and avatar, software, whatever, it's all tax deductible. Just don't cheat. Don't say, man, I hate when that happens. There's no dirt on the shovel. I mean, it's not fair if only millionaires. Even the big rich not even millionaires, the guys that get, maybe like 150, 200,000 K a year. If they buy a yacht and they hold 1 or 2 meetings on that yacht per year, they can write off a certain portion of that yacht payments on their business expenses each year. Millionaires have been using those write-offs for years. So yeah, as a streamer, take advantage of any write-offs you can. If you have to upgrade your systems, write it off. But keep in mind, that is only if you are actually receiving an income from streaming. Doesn't matter how much. If you're receiving, maybe $150, $200 a month, that's still an income from streaming. The only thing you have to be careful about is you can't really write off that much more than you make. And then you really start, IRS people start raising an eyebrow. But yeah, I remember there was a streamer, I think it was Trash Man, this guy in close to Chicago. Man, I hate that. I I just hate wasting dirt. This guy near Chicago used to stream um, while he was on his route picking up trash. And a pretty entertaining guy. Only problem I had is he was obsessed with drinking. And then when he wasn't drinking, he would basically salivate over the thought of drinking beer and stuff. A lot of drunk streams. But, when he was, streaming on his route, it was pretty cool. And, he thought about going to TwitchCon. And he said, yeah, but it's so expensive. So I point out to him and say, well, if you can't find the money, since you are making money with your stream, that's a tax deduction. Your flight, your meals, everything. As soon as he said, yeah, you're right. Yeah, then he went to TwitchCon for the first time. I think the problem, the IRS purposely makes things confusing. So even with gold miners, if you find some gold, you can write off your travel expense, your equipment expense, so much per year. Sometimes, like, say you buy a dredge or a wash plant for $100,000, you can't necessarily write off the whole amount on 1 year's taxes. Some things you have to do over like a 5-year period. But like a computer, something like that for streaming, unless you're getting one killer of a computer, you should be able to write it off in a single tax season. So, yeah, those of you getting ready to do your taxes soon, that stream, that make a little money streaming, make sure you got your receipts handy. I mean, I have, obviously I have another job, a couple other jobs, building computers, help people with computer issues. Plus, my master's with psychology, so counsel people quite a bit. So yeah, I don't need to have another means of income. So things I buy for streaming are not tax deductible. It'd be kind of hard to write off a stream deck for counseling people. I guess if I want to be creative enough, I could. And there goes my man. Tell you, that wolf is getting on my nerves. Well, we're gonna find out in another game hour how far in the red we're gonna end up. And the good news is that we have enough fuel for quite a while, quite a few days of mining. The bad news is this source of pay dirt is not going to last forever. So I'm going to have to start really focusing on buying a mobile wash plant and at least a small excavator. I prefer the large excavator simply because, well, the small excavator can fill the mobile wash plant 18 to 20% per bucket, whereas the large excavator can fill it over 40% each bucket. So it's twice as fast that you're processing twice as much pay dirt at a time, which of course means more money per hour. This kind of sucks for me though, because like I said, I don't like the shovel. Now imagine if you had to use this to do all your shoveling. That would really suck. Too bad I can't get one of the small little tractors in here. You can't fit any equipment back here at all. You know, it'd be kind of cool if you could take some of the equipment from Farm Simulator and put it in this game. Or Construction Simulator. Some of those small... Oh man, did it again. Sometimes when you accidentally dump dirt. Now I know I've gone through this area a number of times, but sometimes when you mistakenly dump dirt, you can actually find dirt. Okay. So we have plenty of buckets if we want to do more than 4 at a time. But I think 4 buckets each time I do a clean out is should be enough. But yeah, I personally think this is, it's not a hard game. Yeah, there is a grind. Most games, that's what most games are about. Going through the grind. But it's a relaxing game. It's a nice, chill stream type of game too. And of course, games like this are what streamers should enjoy. For the simple fact it allows you to kind of interact with your viewers more than, I'll make sure. Did I leave this on? Yes. Crap. And you know what? I'm supposed to turn this off, and I'm supposed to, dang it, I missed it again. I disconnect this to save this. This will break. If you leave the water turned on and flowing, okay, moment of truth. Oh crap. Oh crap. Ooh. Ouch. That hurt. Okay. Now, we'll refill this. We knew it was coming though. I mean, we did make 14,000, but we paid off our loan, so all we have to do is pay the greedy landowner. I'm gonna see if I can siphon a little more dirt. Come on. Yeah, feed the beast. Kind of weird how the shovel will go through bedrock like it's nothing, Hey, how you doing, Alpha Wolf? Yeah, I'm playing something. I'm playing Latrine Simulator 2019. When I'm really bad, I have to use this to dig. Oh gosh, I can't wait till I get enough money to stop with the shovel. I know Streaming Geek was doing this the other day, which kind of, it's been a number of months, about month and a half actually, since I started over. And the last time I started over, I was just using a cheat to show people the new goodies. So this is the first full-fledged restart in probably 4 months. And I do like to start over. I just hate shovel duty. Man, they really should make it so you can move this portable wash plant around. It'd be nice if I could move it over to the left about 20 feet. So how are you doing today? Hopefully you're having an enjoyable Sunday. I've been trying to follow the football games while I'm streaming. So far this weekend, there's really been no surprises football-wise. Seems like, that's good. That's been good. Yeah, so far all the wild card teams have kind of taken a dump. It's funny, all the analysts were saying, oh, the Chargers could very well beat the Patriots. That didn't happen. I think they got a little egg in their faces on that one. Yeah, I don't know how long you've been in here, but was discussing those who make money at streaming and the fact that they can write off certain things on taxes, like going to TwitchCon and upgrades to their systems, if they need a stream deck or something. A lot of streamers don't realize they can do that. Since I don't make money at doing this, nor do I want to, man, damn it. Get back here. Alright. It's just funny, you can take a little crappy little shovel and just go right through the bedrock, but the big old, oh really? Now that is a pooper scooper size, but it looked like far more. Okay, screw that. So yeah, it's, a lot of people go to TwitchCon, they upgrade their systems, they buy second systems, and they don't take advantage of the fact they can write it off. Of course, that's only if you make money at doing that. And I can write certain things off on my taxes as a psychology, count, psychology, work I do. Can write off certain things. Just can't write off, computer upgrades and stuff like that. It's like, why would someone that's helping people need to upgrade their computer? Well, it's a virtual assistant program. Yeah, that's it. So, I'm not sure if this Streaming Geek and others take advantage of the fact. Because I know they receive at least a little money for streaming. Shouldn't let only the rich people get all the fun with their write-offs. But yeah, you can actually, if you're making money at streaming, you can write off games you purchase, you name it. If it helps you make money, you can write it off. It's part of your business, which is pretty cool. One thing I did in my early years, I've tried to get certified in so many areas, but I actually went to a adult school for accountant. And I actually got a CPA license. Don't know why, it just felt like it'd be interesting. Now I just think, God, you were really stupid when you were young. Because there's no way I would do people's taxes. or try to help them with their books. It's always the accountants that get blamed when something goes wrong. That's why every millionaire has an accountant on their books. So basically what we are proving already is it's not impossible to get ahead in that's sticking with hard mode, wrong thing. It just makes it much more difficult. So in other words, it makes it more realistic. I mean, no one can expect to go mining and overnight have enough money to buy hundreds of thousands of dollars of equipment for like a tier 3. You have to earn it. I mean, hell, you come to Alaska in the game with no money at all. And I think my first loan was $200. Now, I don't see how this little town's bank, I don't see how they can afford to loan me $200 since I've never seen another person in town. I wonder where they're getting their money from. And it's like, I just put IOUs on the counter when I buy stuff too. There's no one there to take the money. Of course, now I don't think I'd want it to be like, man, I can't think of the game. My Summer Car. The characters in that game are really goofy. Kind of reminds me of some of my long lost relatives. Kind of what they sound like after a couple hours of drinking. Like the doctor in Doc Hollywood, when he got the old guy that was the town's doctor, when he drank, he'd just mumble. I don't see how anyone understood that. Man, now I need to buy a Frankenstein to go from here so I can kick back over here. I need a small conveyor belt. That would actually be kind of cool. And you know, once they, like I said, part of the roadmap does say that eventually they will support the mod community. So at some point, people are going to be able to create mods for this. Now, some of them are going to be just insanely ridiculous, but others will really be useful tools. I mean, I'm sure someone's going to make an excavator or something that fills the mobile wash plant 200%. I can already see that coming already. You take a scoop and it takes 5 feet of dirt in one scoop. That's definitely something I would not stream. But hopefully they, you know, I'm starting to get worried though. Their roadmap, I mean, they still have a lot to do, but they haven't offered any DLCs, so they don't have any additional revenue coming in to help pay that team. Now, I'm sure they have a skeleton development team for the game now, but you still have to show a profit. You know, you can't just keep paying someone to do things for free. And I know with when, like I was saying earlier, when they put the Frankenstein DLC out, so many people were just complaining they should give it for free. It's like, man, they've given so much for free already. And actually, they could have put the season and the new employment system, they could have made that into a DLC. You know, I would have paid for it. The seasons and the new employment systems changed the game significantly. But you still had people complaining they shouldn't be charging for that. I mean, they've offered so much for free in this game. I'm just starting to get concerned. You know, when a company isn't creating DLCs, man, that avatar is really ticking me off. It starts tracking and it stops. Yeah, no, it's true. And the way I look at it is, you know, for me, you know, DLCs are basically, I look at games as an investment. And DLCs, yeah, that, like Ark did that, I believe. Yeah, Ark, yeah. You know, early access games, you know, I was talking about that earlier. Yeah, early access games more than full release games. I look at all games as an investment. It's just like investing on the stock market. Except with games, you're investing in the project, especially with early access games. You just, man, here, come on. Where's that proof? There it is. So, I mean, when I see an early access game, I don't, I basically look and say, okay, is this a project I think could go somewhere? And what is the history of the developer, which sometimes there is no history. So I'll look at it as nothing more than an investment. I'm basically paying money, saying I believe enough in what you're doing to give an infusion of cash, to this project. But yeah, a lot of people have been burnt. They're, by especially early access. And that makes it a little more difficult, but that doesn't mean that everybody's out to cheat people. You just have to, just like the stock market. Hey, that was a bad investment. Just don't do that again. So. I mean, one thing I did invest in Frontier Pilot, I believe it is. Looks like a promising game, but it's really, it's taken a long time to get anywhere. So it's yet to be seen if that investment will really materialize into something that's, hey, this is a great game. But, there are those games that, you end up feeling really good. It's like you end up, you pay less money for the game at times than final release. My only issue is most early access games never seem to get to the point of final release. It's like the developers lose interest. A lot of the developers are college students or something like that. They find that they have other interests, like girls. It's like, okay, wait, should I put my time into this girl, or should I really focus my time in this game that a lot of people have already put money in? Hormones are going to win that battle most of the time. And then when it doesn't work out, that developers basically, egg in his face, coming back to the community. Oh, I'm sorry, I haven't been around. And they, create this miraculous recovery from this major disease. No, I'm just kidding. That doesn't happen often. That's what I would do. Just kidding. I couldn't do that to people. If people put money into something I was doing, then that would be my top priority. I'm sure there has been someone out there that put an early access game out and kind of found another interest hormone-wise, and then came back saying, oh man, I've just had the worst health issues, but I'm back again. Code word for she dumped me. She dumped me, so I'm gonna come back to the pathetic gaming community. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, yeah. No, it's that's true. Daisy was another one, and that's one that I thought, hey, that's gonna be cool. That was towards the beginning of the survival type multiplayer survival, and my wife and I both bought the game, thinking, hey, this is gonna be cool, and then all of a sudden it's like, what the hell? Yeah, basically, yeah, EA got excited over the technology, in my opinion. I don't know. Yeah, but by then, so many people got turned off, they uninstalled it, and when you uninstall a game, you don't receive updates. But I think, personally, I think what happened is EA saw something in the engine or in this design that interested them, so the developer might have, at least I think, sold the idea to EA, sold the game, which would have given them rights to the intellectual property. Yeah, and then it took them forever. Oh, you're not talking. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you meant Electronic Arts. So I'm kind of old school still that way. I still hear, when I see EA. Yeah, Armor actually was a good game. I still play that from time. Whoops, no. Where can I dump this? Yeah, that's. Yeah, that is a good engine. Okay. Get another bucket for the outhouse. As far as Gold Rush, all those guys on Gold Rush had it pretty good. I mean, you didn't see them with the bucket and out in the woods. Yeah, there's a number of games. It's like I've tried during the free weekend thing. It's like you kind of learn the history. It's like, oh, that bites. Now I wanted to see like the Hoffman crew, you know, digging a trench for their outhouse and stuff that real gold miners that are beginning would have to do. Actually, I don't want to see it, but it would have been more realistic. It's like, what the hell did they do in South America? You know, it's like Star Trek. They have to use the restroom, but they never show you. Okay. Actually, I think I have enough fuel in that to go one more. But, unlike a lot of people, I actually have a lot of respect for what Todd Hoffman ended up doing. And he had the idea for Gold Rush, and 2 or 3 shows kind of started because of Gold Rush. But yeah, Todd Hoffman got, damn it. I'm trying to get a little too fast. Actually, I'm sliding down the hill. But, yeah, he brought the idea of Gold Rush to Discovery Channel, and so I guess sold them on the idea, which apparently worked. Now there's a game based on it. And I was saying earlier, Discovery Channel has had a few games made from their shows. The earliest I remember is Deadliest Catch, but that wasn't Discovery Channel that actually put up the money for it. It was Captain Sig. Sig put the money up to have that game developed. That's why he's the one in all the video captions for that game. And of course, Discovery Channel put their little mark on it. Might have helped him a little bit financially. But for the time, it was an okay game. Nowadays, it would be like how I view games that kind of look like the Commodore 64 graphics. It's like, man, it's so old. Yeah, no, the dirt goes here, not in the generator. Man, I just want to make enough money to get out of the sandbox. Now, since I'm not showing off new equipment and all that, I'm gonna stick with this and go to a tier 3. I'll show people what the little kitty litter shovel is actually for. I actually had someone convinced that it was for a cat box in the game, kind of like a Easter egg. Some people are oddly gullible. So, guy was giving me a bad time, so it's okay. So it'd be funny if that person went somewhere else and said, you know, there's a cat box in that game. No, really, it's an Easter game. I saw it on a stream. Guy was telling me about it. I was kind of a jerk to him, but he ended up being nice. Told me about the Easter egg. There are actually a few Easter egg type things in the game that are pretty cool. Damn it, that was my bad. Come on. Yeah, look how the shovel goes through this. There we go. So basically, Code Horizon is telling me that my arms and the shovel are stronger than the teeth of a excavator bucket. You know, one thing I would like to see them fix. That first mat should accumulate gold faster than the last mat. It's amazing that they all accumulate. I mean, I get it. You can only do so much in the game. after playing about 500 hours in a game, you tend to find all the little things, but it is a well done game. I just kid them. I do have a lot of respect for the Code Horizon. They worked their butt off to make people happy, which is kind of a dying art in. What happened? Why can't I back up? Oh, I was on a rock or something. That's one thing people have to remember in this game. The character does not pick up his or her feet. So if you're walking over a cable, you'll get stuck. I'm still waiting for that moment where I trip and fall over a cable. And they have added some pretty interesting random events. Like employees can, especially like in the fall and spring and fall, your employees can get sick and miss work for a number of days. A bear can attack your lines. Seems like the bears like the high voltage power cables, so I would like to see that kind of spread the love, so to speak. Man, I really don't like keyboard and mouse with this, but for doing this part, the controller really doesn't pay off, in my opinion. But yeah, I remember when I first started, after the big update with Seasons, first a bear attacked a single high-power cable on my tier 3 plant 4 or 5 times. It's like each day I, go rest and rest until dawn because it would, it didn't have all the lights set up, so, I don't like the stream pitch black. So every time I woke up, I got the warning that, bear attacked and all that good stuff. Now the bear will attack your workers at times as well. Which little do the workers know, I am the instigator. And I stick some fish in the back of their pants when they're not looking. It's far easier to do it that way than to fire them. That way there's no unpleasant conversation. They get their ass bit by a bear and they're pretty much ready to leave on their own. And since they quit, I don't have to pay them unemployment. Oh man, it's funny. The rules of unemployment. If you want unemployment, you have to try to get fired. You can't quit. So people that, now the wolf is apparently tracking again. So apparently, you see these people doing, damn it, that was my bad. You see people doing everything they can to get fired. Just being asses to everyone. But you have to be careful, there's a fine line there too. If you make it too obvious, you waive your right to unemployment. So yeah, my wife will come home, tell me stories, and it's obvious what they're doing. And for working in a store, groceries, she has pretty good benefits. Don't know many grocery stores that still offer 401ks and stuff like that. And since I'm basically self-employed with the work I do, and I do dabble in the stock market, I should have years ago set up a 401k type deal. But I'm doing okay. But yeah, her 401k, I helped her decide where that money's gonna go, and just in 1 year, really made some good decisions. It was early on, basically doubled her 401k value in a year and a half. Just have to be careful because, she kept saying, oh, well, move it here, do this. It's like, no, you gotta let it sit sometimes. Right now, the 2008 was a really bad time. What time is it? Holy cow. Seems like I've been streaming longer, but it is getting a little late. This is usually not my streaming time. And it's a Sunday, my wife had to work, so I figured, why not? Usually she goes to work early. And unfortunately for me, due to my disability, when she has to get up and go to work, I have to get up. So when she has to work at 4 a.m., I get to get up at 1 a.m. too. But hey, it could be worse. I could be bedridden. That sucked. It always can be worse. I could have hemorrhoids and have to sit in my wheelchair all day. That sounds painful. No, but seriously, there's always someone in a far worse situation as the next guy. The worst thing anyone can do for anyone with a disability or any problems is to feel sorry for them. Basically, if you feel sorry for someone and they eat that up, you're basically enabling that behavior, and it'll make it more difficult for them to accept their situation they're in. I have it a little easier than some. I've had my disability all my life. Well, almost all my life. I had Sid's at 3 months old was clinically dead 2 or 3 times. So, I guess you can say I am the living dead. but instead of feeling sorry for myself, you know, God let me live for a reason, and I use my abilities to help other people. That's how you choose to deal with your issues. I have no sympathy for those who, sit feeling sorry for themselves. I mean, yeah, you can go through a period of feeling bad and sorry for yourself. But, after so much time, okay, it's time to stop feeling sorry for yourself and make something of your life. Some of the counseling I do is to counsel those who have been in accidents and now have disabilities, or military personnel who come back with disabilities. That's the most difficult for me. The accidents, yeah, they're sad, but, trying to help those who, lost limbs or lost abilities, serving their country. Ultimate sacrifice. Well, almost. Ultimate sacrifice if you don't make it. But, it's emotional, but just try not to show those emotions. Just try to help them realize that the disability doesn't mean that, their life is at an end, or, they can't do anything. Some of them you have to really get real aggressive with. They just, after years of counseling, they just still, I can't do anything. So that's when, after so many months, you have to exercise some of that tough love. I always tell them, Kent never did anything. And some of them don't get that in the beginning. But they get it after a while. Didn't think I was gonna get good from there. Actually, with the soldiers in particular, I don't request money for helping the soldiers. That's my volunteer hours. I do a lot of volunteer work. Dealing with legislators and fighting for other people's rights. That's tough work, but hey, it's a work of passion. People with relationship issues, yeah, I charge them. Because most of them are idiots that can't see things any other way but their own. Nah, that's a joke. They're not idiots. Most relationship issues are just come down to simple problems. And most of it has to do with lack of communication between the two people. Oh man. I hate shovel duty. Okay, screw it. Wonder how many ounces of gold I have just dumped into the abyss. But, you know, it's rewarding work when I've helped change laws that have helped a lot of people. And I mean, just like the one I regret the most, and I helped with this one, is the Americans with Disability Act. I have a love-hate relationship. Back when we were fighting for okay. Thank you. Yeah, I guess maybe this needs more fuel. You know, back when we were fighting for that, I couldn't have foreseen the problems that the ADA would cause. Mainly, people using it as a source of income by suing small businesses. I mean, come on, you know, locally, this person came from Northern California, sued this restaurant because the mirror in the restroom was an inch higher than it should have been. I mean, really? And a lot of these small businesses, you know, don't understand the ADA or the rules. So they just basically concede and give money. Now, I finished my high school education in Visalia, and there was a really nice 50s style diner, a drive-in diner, and it was owned by this very nice couple. And I used to go there after school, sometimes at lunch if I had time. And, you know, they were always helpful, you know, cut my hamburger in half, did, you know, just nice people. Made sure I could get two. They always made sure they had at least one table where if you're in a wheelchair, you could sit at and not get trapped when other people sit. So this lady from Northern California went and ended up suing them because she couldn't get to a specific table, and put them out of business. I mean, a year before she went in and threatened to see them, they had just, you know, their place caught fire, and they almost closed their business because of that. But they survived, only to be taken out by someone who decided to use the ADA to line their pockets. And that same individual, same lady, approached me a few times with a list of businesses, including hotels, that were known to have some ADA issues, along with a list of lawyers, and said, hey, you know, you want to make some easy money, here's a list, this will get you started. And I've never been so disgusted. So yeah, the ADA, biggest mistake. And we're finally getting laws. Damn it. We're getting laws so we won't waste dirt. Funny changing laws that'll require actually, you know, notifying the businesses. See, until that point, they basically found problems and they could just threaten lawsuits right away. And soon after that, I know a few of us were thinking, well, why not make it a requirement to give the business, like 6 months to rectify issues before you can even consider taking legal action. So that's been a tough battle. Naturally, these individuals that have been making so much money opposed such law changes. But you know what really got me almost as bad. Most of these individuals receive state or federal assistance, and since it was a lawsuit, it was counted as a reimbursement, so they did not lose any benefits. So these people can go buy new houses, buy brand new accessible vans, which I tell you, buying an accessible van is not cheap. I finally got one 6 years ago. $65,000 for a converted minivan. But yeah, they're still getting, government assistance. And yet, they, as long as they spend the money within so many months, and they can keep their services. That's the next thing that needs to change. I don't think that's fair. That's not right. You ruin other people's lives, and then you screw the people again by living off of the system when you've won lawsuits and won deals that give you, $200,000-$300,000 at a time. Sadly, it's always a few bad apples that ruin it for everyone else. So, let's see, I have one last bucket here, so after this, hopefully I can get out of debt, maybe make a little money. And the next purchase I want to go for is, I'm not sure if I want to save up for the excavator first. At this point, I would settle for the small excavator, just to get off of shovel duty or latrine duty. Yep, I'm slowly digging a hole for that new septic tank. Believe me, the game gets far more enjoyable. And I'm not saying this isn't enjoyable. This is all about balancing out and, not going crazy on spending. I did get a wave table. But as I kind of showed at the last stream I did, Wavetable actually increases the amount of gold per bucket over Panning gold. Panning for gold, brings in okay money, okay amount of gold, but yeah, once you get that Wavetable, it's a game changer. Averaging about Damn it. Come on, find the dirt. There we go. Come here, kitty. There's a kitty litter. I just can't get over how the shovel goes through this bedrock. I mean, literally, it's going through rock. That white right there, that's rock. Man, this is the kind of shovel everyone dreams of. I need a shovel like that for a backyard. Oh, come on, really? Man, it sucks to be me right now. Yeah, backyard. Everyone in our community has had the same problem. You know, the home builder, you know, put signs all over the area. You know, we keep our work areas clean. So, you know, you think, okay, cool. I'm gonna get in the house, everything's gonna be clean. Oh, nice. Little cat turds. So, you know, everyone that's done some work on their backyard, you know, like till it or something like that, they find all kinds of crap back there. They find roof tiles, they find nails galore. I mean, yeah, they keep the workplace clean because they bury it in the backyard. So we're not looking forward to starting work. That's going to add an extra amount of money to the cost of getting anything done. I think I'll probably have 1 or 2 more game days of shoveling to get enough, well, maybe more. But I'll definitely have to take out a loan. I forget how much the small excavator costs. Now, on hard mode, the cost of everything is noticeably higher, which is another thing I disagree with on hard mode. There's a few things I really think that they need to reevaluate with hard mode. A, you should be able to get random nuggets because in the real world, miners do find nuggets. If they're on any even halfway decent gold at all. Fuel consumption goes up on hard mode. Well, if you're better at your job, wouldn't logic dictate that you would know ways to conserve fuel? And last, the price of things can be up to 20-some-odd% higher. So basically, using that logic, you're telling your customers, well, the more experienced you are at your job, we're going to charge you more. So, those are a few of my issues of hard mode and why I've kind of stayed away from it as long as I have. But, like I said, I'm just setting out to show, to kind of prove that, yeah, you can succeed on hard mode, despite the flaws. Now on easy mode or normal mode, damn it, really? Give me my dirt. Easy mode or even normal mode, I more than likely, it's a safe bet. I would have been using a mobile wash plant with an excavator by now. So all that means is hard mode, you just have to work harder, which makes sense. Can't argue with that aspect of this mode. Oh, come on. I keep sliding down this hill and losing my... You know, how much dirt do I have left? Wow. Yeah, I hope, yeah. I've got to, I gotta get that money together. Because if I run out of pay dirt, it's basically game over. Now, I'm not sure if you can actually go so far in debt that the game says, hey, you're just too stupid to continue. They send the boys after you, break your legs. You go back to the lower 48, a failure. That would be funny. You go bankrupt or something and then you see a little video from Todd Hoffman. Man, you suck more at this than we did. Now that would be funny. And that's from someone who respects what the Hoffmans did. I mean, they have more guts than I have. I couldn't sell. I believe they sold the airport. They had a little small airport and a few other things going on in Oregon, I believe, or Washington, and pursued their dream. Of course, you know, he was getting paid to be on the show, as well as the royalties for being for coming up with the concept. So, you know, he did have that going, but still, it takes a lot of guts. I don't think I could just just risk everything. So, you know, hey, I have respect for anyone who has, you know, the bravery to go after their dreams. You know, all odds be damned. And you might be able to say a lot of things about the Hoffmans, but you can't say that they don't have any guts. I think towards the end they were actually getting pretty good at mining, but some of their moves was more for the value of the show than anything else. Because who in their right mind would leave the Klondike after the year they had and go to, you know, South America and then go to the lower 48. You know, it's crazy. No one would do that in the real world. It was motivated by the entertainment value of the show. Pure and simple. Because I don't think anyone that puts so much at risk would make such a dumb move for any other reason. Well, I think they got 3,000 ounces the last year in the Klondike, and then they moved down to the lower 48. Yeah, it's fun watching Parker and Tony. I think as far as Tony, now I haven't been watching this show lately. Um, I haven't watched it in a while, so I need to catch up. But it was very apparent that Tony Beach was really fit, really starting to feel kind of inferior, because Parker was doing these, 5,000 ounce seasons and whatnot, and Tony was, although Tony was dealing with dredges, Tony was, getting like 1,000 or 2,000. And this is a man that the show, made sound like this gold finding guru. So I think there was pressure there that either there was pressure or Discovery Channel paid them extra to create more drama. I'm not sure which one. I don't believe everything that happens is coincidence. I think all of these reality shows, I think the networks dictate a lot of what happens. Whoa, that was strange. Seemed like the lighting just kind of... Oh, I missed it on my stream. Actually, no, wow. 1 p. And shortly after 1, and it became, dang. It's a piping 67 degrees. Now the sluice box or now the portable wash plant and the wave table aren't the only things that need more water. Yeah, I thought that seemed like the light was... It's kind of strange how that happened too, because it wasn't a nice gradual. It was like in steps, almost like a bad frame rate. How it got lighter. It was like in little ticks. Okay. It's funny, my shadow. There's a shovel and no body. Hey, I've seen that movie. I'm the Invisible Man. I wonder if I'm gonna become as freaky as the guy in the Invisible Man. Just think of the games you could play on people if you were invisible. Actually, nowadays, people wouldn't think twice of seeing a car. Well, a lot of people wouldn't. Some would. Seeing a car going down the street without a person at the wheel. I mean, that's, not too long ago, that would have been like, that's impossible. Nowadays, even if it were an invisible man, people are saying, oh, okay, they're using that technology, testing it out, gonna wreck the rest of us. Cadillac actually has a car you can buy that actually not only stays between the lines, but the technology, cruise control technology, which is available on a number of other vehicles as well, will keep you a certain distance behind the vehicle in front of you. It'll change your speed based on what the person in front of you is doing. So you can literally almost sit there and read a book while you're traveling. Now, to me, that's kind of scary. I'm not sure I trust technology that much yet. It's just kind of hard to imagine a time where, you know, people are going to be so comfortable with the vehicle that's driving themselves that they're going to be, you know, reading or God knows what else in their car. Oh gosh. When that happens, they're going to have to start making new laws. Certain things that is inappropriate to do as a driver in a vehicle. Now, I can see it now. Oh man, yeah, that's gonna happen. We'll see vehicles that can drive you anywhere without you having to really pay attention. Then shortly afterwards, there's going to be laws that have to be written because of the perverts in the world. It's like, it is inappropriate as a driver to unzip your pants and relieve yourself in a urinal while you're driving. And you know, I mean, you have to know about every law in the books is there because some idiot or idiots tried. Some of the things on the books are so ridiculous. But, okay, that's fine. So let's do our last cleanup. Hopefully, is there water in this? Now I do have all the video set at the highest resolution possible, ultra settings. And I have reduced the resolution since when I first started streaming. I used to stream at 4K just because I could. And I went to 1080. So before I stream each time, I switch my display to 1080 from 4K. And part of the reason I have to do that is some of the strategy games I play at 4K, the pop-up screens were just impossible for people to read, especially with their cell phones. So I was getting a lot of people saying, I can't read that. So, yeah, sadly I had to change that. Okay, so we got our 4. Now I'm not going to go as extreme as some streamers that have like 20 buckets or whatever lined up. I think 4 is a decent number. Oh yeah, might help if I turn the water back on. Okay, whoops. I'm surprised I haven't started the bush on fire. Okay, let's see if we can get another 12 ounces. Last time we were getting about 3 ounces per bucket. So if that holds true, we should get another 12 ounces. Hopefully unless the gold is worse here than it was. Uh-oh. Okay. Oh. Okay. That's looking promising. Might actually get to 13 to 14 ounces. I'd say 12 ounces for 4 will be acceptable. Anything less than that would be disappointing. Anything above that would be, as they say, gravy. Yeah, oh, that one was bad. Look at that. That was a very poor result. We're gonna have to fire the guy that did the digging. Wonder if anyone's ever fired themselves. You know it's been done. There's almost nothing that hasn't been done by someone already. Okay, wow, yeah, see, look, I'm around a 3 ounce per bucket, which is kind of interesting because I guess it's random. I mean, I know it's all random. I've watched other people, and some of them get a little bit over 4 ounces per. Wow, just over 13. Okay, good call. So, now, I don't need to take the jerry cans in to refuel. Where did the jerry can go? Here, jerry can. Yeah, where did it go? Okay, who ate the jerry can? Oh, come on. Where is the jerry can? Dude. Wait. Really? That's just weird. Okay, so I'm gonna go into town. As a miner, you know what that means. When you go into town, you're going to get drunk. Spend all your hard-earned money. That's just weird. It's funny. That's what, like I said earlier, that's what the 49ers did. A lot of them really didn't think things through, you know. But in fairness to them, it was hard work. So they would take the gold that they worked hard to find. They would go into town. And in those towns, you didn't need cash. You know, gold will get you anything that cash could, and then some. But they would go into town, they would first drink, you know, get drunk, and of course, you know, it's kind of lonely out in the mines, so they would pay for some companionship. We'll leave it at that. And they'd be out of gold. They'd be out of money. So the whole cycle would begin again. Kind of sad But yeah, whoa. Okay, that was really weird. It's like a bumper car. It bounced off the... And you know, a lot of these men, there were some women, but mostly men, you know, they would mine on their own, kind of like what we're doing. And all that time of solitude created situations where a lot of people used very poor judgment. Isolation does interesting things to the body and mind. Okay, so I need to get up to about 4K before I can smelt the rest. I hate doing this. 40% less. Oh man, don't tell me. Oh man. Wait. How much? Let me just make sure. Okay, 2,000 something. Okay, I'm glad I checked. So about, let me see if I can get just over 3. Whoops. Okay, so wow. No, I'm not sure that's enough. I know that's not enough. No. So I probably, let's see, it's, does this tell me? You know, too bad it doesn't tell you how much, well, about 120 per ounce. There we go, let's try that. Man. Okay, maybe that's... Wow. Okay, that should... And of course, you always lose some. Wow. So after this cleanup and selling the gold, I think I'm going to probably go back and kind of pout in my sorrow, because it doesn't seem like I'm getting anywhere. At least I'm not in debt. I am obviously going to the bank. So what I want to do while I'm at the bank is kind of check to see if the amount I can borrow has gone up. Now, one thing that the game does do a pretty good job at is each time you borrow money, you can, and pay it back, you can borrow quite a bit more just the next time, which is basically how the financial market works. You know, as soon as you prove that you're trustworthy, you know, that they trust you with more, you know, they trust you with larger and larger loans. This might be a little larger amount of gold than I had last time. I think the last bar was 4 ounces something. So, over the mountain and through the woods, to Mr. Wolf's house we go. if we make it. Okay, let's go into the bank. Just a bank. Whoa. The lighting effect kind of made it look like there was like fluorescent lights going out on it. Okay. So, let's look at the stock market. You know, every damn time I come here, I'm coming at the low. Man. But this is realistic. The gold market in a single day can fluctuate this much and more. I mean, look at this in a 5-day. It went from, nearly, looks like the high was about 12.25, 12.28. So the market does fluctuate that much. Yeah, just like I figured, we are bringing in a little bit more than last time. Actually, wait, no, scratch that. We lost quite a bit. Last time we had 14,000. So, since we were so far in debt, wow. Now, I'm not going to take a loan. Again, please fix this. Developers, you're killing me. Okay, now we can borrow 8,000. But yeah, as it goes up. Now, if I think a small excavator is probably, what, 40-some thousand on the hard? Let me go check that real quickly. Yeah, I know, I could have walked over there. Hey, I'm not used to walking anywhere, so give me a break. Nice. Yes, let's make a larger opening. Okay. 20,000. Okay, so yeah, definitely gonna take a while before I can get that. Damn it. Okay, I have an idea. Now, we all know the way the game works and the way the real world works. Every time you borrow money, the next, pay it back. The next loan, it can be substantially more. So, I'm going to do something against, man, I keep forgetting to do the particle break. Okay, I'm going to take that $8,000 loan. Like a time bomb. And 800. Okay, so we're going to take this loan. You know what? Let me try something. I want to see if... Oh, look at that. 8,000. Wow. This is highway rob. Wait, that's not 21% of 8,000. I think the math is wrong. 8%, 21% of 8,000. A 21% interest would not equal, if we paid it back now. See, look. It's saying that we would owe 19. That's much higher than a 20%. So that's a flaw with this bank system. In the real world, if you paid it off within a certain amount of time, you would not be charged. Okay, well, it is what it is. So I'm going to go ahead and purchase the mobile wash plant. Just take it out to the claim. And yeah, it's kind of interesting. So it's, in a lot of ways the game has it right, but there's some instances that the game just lacks the appropriate order of things, I guess I could say. Okay, 6. I'm still gonna be in the red again, aren't I? Now, it's amazing that this little truck is gonna tow that big. It must be a Ford. I know, I'm gonna have Chevy fans all over me now. Ford suck. I always kind of laugh at the whole, Ford Chevy battle. I personally, I just like American-made vehicles. But if you're gonna nitpick about who's better, performance-wise, they're about equal. I mean, they keep, it's almost like how NVIDIA and AMD video cards used to be. They would constantly, in the 90s, they would constantly leapfrog each other. AMD would come out with a superior card. Then 5-6 months later, NVIDIA would come out with a card that was a little faster. 5-6 months later, AMD would, take the lead again. This happened through the mid-90s to the late, actually it happened through the early 2000s, I'm sorry. And something happened to AMD that this cost them severely. They were no longer as competitive. Yes, I saw the flashing note. I'm not in elementary school passing notes. No, the storyline is worth following. But the same with Ford, Chevy, Dodge. They're all good vehicles. They all come to about the same. Yeah, we can, talk about the bed of the truck. This one's stronger. Yeah, it's stronger for now. And then Ford or Dodge will up the ante, etc., etc. But here's one big factor that I consider to be relevant. During the bailouts in 2008, Ford was the only American dealer, car manufacturer rather, that did not need to be bailed out by the government. So, I'm just saying, and that doesn't mean that their vehicles are better. Doesn't mean that they're worse. This means that they had a better financial plan. Okay, let me go inside the tent. We can't do much here yet. You know, okay, here's another problem I have with this. Why should the ability to hire workers cost me anything? What stops any person in Alaska from going to the local bar and soliciting people to help? There's nothing that should stop that. Now, given my financial situation right now, it wouldn't be wise to hire anyone. But yeah, I don't think this should be locked. This should be unlocked from the beginning, because it's so easy just to go anywhere, any small town in Alaska, or anywhere for that fact. It's not that difficult to go hire help. So, like I said, there are a few things about the game that I think could be improved upon, but for the most part, they have a really decent game. So, we're gonna go out. We're gonna we're gonna warm up our feet. What, you can't jump on it any longer? Come on, let me jump on the fire. There we go. Oh, wow. It kind of moves me off of the fire. Yeah, it does. But the fact that I can sit there as long as it allows me to, that's some hot stuff. So, and I do like that, again, before I end, this stuff here, the top indicator is gallons per minute on what I have it here right now. Actually, let me change that to something more understand. Americans will understand gallons per minute, but let me go to units. I think the, there we go. This is basically liters per minute, and on the top, liters per minute is 80, and on the bottom, you can go up to 100 meters in the length of your hose. Now, that's not the hose going to the water. That's your green hoses. Right now, this is at 3 meters, and this one's at 2 meters. So I'm well within. It's kind of weird that so basically what this is telling me, I could take each one of these green hoses, what I refer to as garden hoses, and go 50 meters. Okay. So they've added the flow. You can't exceed, this cannot exceed 80. So this can provide 80 liters per minute of water, or 21 gallons. Now, power-wise, I have to turn this one on. Apparently, this doesn't show stats if it's off. Now, this 250, actually, I better turn this off. Good job, knock it out. So basically, the way I explain this like 450 kilowatts is the maximum this can handle. And right now we're were taking 200 kilowatts. Now this lamp takes 50, and our wavetable takes another 150. So by turning the wavetable off, we're only pulling 50 kilowatts right now. So yeah, now they have maximums. So this changes the game significantly. You know, people used to run a tier 3 wash plant with one of these generators. They always bragged about that point. Now, I don't think that's possible. You know, some equipment, I believe if you get like the magnetite separator, I know you can't run, you know, you have to shut certain things off, or you basically, the generator will not run properly. It'll actually shut down. It'd be nice if they had a relay, like a breaker switch. A lot of generators, usually on the back, have a kind of like your home breakers. They have a breaker usually. Even my wheelchair has a breaker. My wheelchair runs on 50 amps. Even though there's 50 amp fuses, there's also a breaker. So the fuses are kind of redundancy. But yeah, I don't see a breaker on this, which is kind of interesting. So that might come soon. I mean, you can see, it'd be interesting if the gauges actually worked. Actually, I think they're just, well, there's fuel level. You know, I wonder if the gauges do work. Nah, it's just like a graphic. That's too bad. That would be nice if the meter actually worked. Okay, so that's not an operational meter. Now this looks like it might be the breaker over here. But I can't read that. I don't think it's meant to be read. But you know, it's pretty good detail for, you know, the game. So you know, we got this. This is at 16 meters, and we can still manipulate the input water. So the water that's being sucked into the water generator, we can still manipulate this to stretch out as far as we can. And there's tricks to stretching that out, which I'm sure anyone who has played this game at any length at all knows how to do that. So it's kind of sad that this 100-meter limit to length only applies to the output. So anyways, I think that's going to do it for me today. Yeah, it doesn't seem like anyone I follow is streaming right now. But like I've said before, if anyone knows of any streamers that, you know, are good and keep it relatively clean. What I mean by relatively clean is I will not host a streamer that has to use vulgarity a few times in every sentence. That just it sounds mental when someone does that. It's like, it seems like they a lot of them either curse every sentence. It seems like they're just doing it just because they can. Either that or they have extremely limited vocabulary. So what I'm looking for is streamers that are family friendly streams. In other words, a streamer that you would feel comfortable allowing an 8-year-old, 9-year-old to watch. You know, it's okay if they say a word here or there. I mean, I do as well. I'm no saint, but you know, pass on a suggestion, leave a message. I can receive messages on both YouTube and on Twitch. So if you know someone, please feel free to share their name, and I will check out their stream. And if I feel that their content and you know, how they conduct themselves is something I can, you know, go with, then I'll be more than happy to host them when I'm not streaming. So, again, I thank everyone. I will be back on Wednesday, back on about 5:30, 6 a.m. So, enjoy the remainder of your Sunday, and for those of you on the other side of the pond or world, however you want to phrase it, enjoy your Monday. You're already into your early Monday. So, as always, be kind to each other. Life is too short to do otherwise. And God bless all of you. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you Wednesday. Goodbye.